We are live.
Yay!
Hey guys, it's Melanie and Cece, and we are here for a mid-month live reading sprint. So we're just going to hang out with you, get some reading done, and yeah, just kind of chill for a little while, chat. So Cece will be doing these on her channel like the last day of the month, and so you can join us here in the middle of the month, and you can join us there on her channel at the end of the month. And I will have Cece's channel linked down in the description. If you aren't already subscribed to her, you should go over there and subscribe. She's formerly known as subscription box addict, and now she is Cece's reading journey.
Correct.
We have a couple of people here watching us already. Hello, all of you. I can tell Erica is here. She's been chatting with me for a little while.
Hi, Erica. It's good to meet you.
She is currently reading Death Prefers Blondes, which I adore that book. And she said she's going to be going and watching the live show we did with Caleb after we're done with the sprints here. Have you read that book, Cece?
No, it's on my top shelf. So I have a shelf that I call my top shelf, which is the shelf that I daily look at, and it's my shit. I really need to get to these books, and it's on this shelf.
Hello, Miss XO Julia XOXO. Yeah, I definitely recommend Death Prefers Blondes. It's amazing. It was like my top book in 2019, like my number one.
Oh,
so,
good number.
Yeah, it is so good. And yeah, definitely recommend it. Erica says, she says,
yeah.
read it. Oh.
Okay.
By the way, guys that are watching this, if can you please let me know if you can see both me and Cece in the video here? Because for some reason, he's just seeing a black screen for me. Oh, okay.
I can see you on my phone, so it seems to be working. But I'm looking at a black screen here. I don't know why, but I can't see you there, so it's kind of weird.
That is weird, because I can see you. So what are you reading for these reading sprints, Cece?
So I will be starting out with Words of Radiance. I have scheduled it out to read across the whole month because I like to schedule out these beasts so I don't get overwhelmed. So I have 60 pages to read today, and I've already read some, so I'm probably going to finish the portion out during the first sprint, and then I'll go move on to the next book after that.
Okay, so they can see and hear us both just fine. That's good.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a chunker. I only really bother splitting up my books that have that I'm buddy reading, and so like I'm buddy reading A Heart So Fierce and Broken, and I've gotten through today's pages, so I'm like right here. I got to 319 today. But now I'm going to be reading The Darkest Minds by Alexandra Bracken. This is, I'm currently participating in the Read Your Bookshelf-a-thon. And the theme for this one this year or whatever is Pajama-rama. So I'm like in PJs. And what you do with this readathon is pretty much you pick a spot on your shelf. Like, for example, if I picked right here, I would read from this point forward and just read as much as I can in the week, in the week. So this is what I've started with, though their date that they started was on the 13th. So it's actually middle of the week to middle of the week. But yeah, I'm like 40-something% through this. I've been listening to the audiobook, and I need to find my spot in the physical book.
So how do you like it overall? It's on my TBR for this month too, and I'm a little bit worried because on one hand it sounds like exactly the type of book that I'm in the mood for, like some very typical old school dystopian YA. But I'm also a little bit afraid that it now has been something that I've already read a million times.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is like the dystopian YA part of it, but it's also like these kids all have like different abilities and things like that, like mind control and telekinesis and stuff like that. And I've read this one before and really enjoyed it. The movie did a really good job, I think, of like following the book. I think there was just a few things they tweaked, which I mean, all movies do that. But
Yeah.
I was really impressed with how the movie compared with the book. And I'm supposed to continue the series, so I needed to reread this because it's been a couple of years since I've read it. But yeah, I'm still enjoying it second time around. And I'll be reading Never Fade next, and that's one I haven't read yet. Let's see. Erica says she loves The Darkest Minds and needs to finish the series. Veronica says she's going to read Hero of Ages. That's another Brandon Sanderson book, isn't it? I have never read any Brandon Sanderson.
Nothing.
No, I have a Skyward, I think it is, his YA, but I haven't read it yet.
Well, you need to.
J.R.R. Tolkien or Stephen King kind of intimidation with their thickness.
No, I fully get that, and I think there's there's a right to be intimidated, and you need to be in the right headspace. Although I think that you can easily read Skyward because it's not the epic fantasy that needs the kind of commitment to read 1,000 pages. So and I feel like if you are intimidated, start with Mistborn, and because those are a lot quicker to get through. They're a lot more yeah, they're just not as intimidating. And if you then like the writing style with the Stormlight Archive, it just gets so much more epic. And of course, then it's a lot slower. And yeah, you have like, this is 1,300 pages, and that's why I'm spacing it out, because I don't want to get intimidated. But then I'm so into the story that I don't feel like it's this big beast when I'm reading it. So
yeah.
I don't know.
I felt that way with reading Outlander, because that's another big freaking book. But
Yeah.
I was completely immersed in it, and it went by a lot faster than I expected.
Yeah, the big beast that I'm currently tackling is the Wheel of Time series. I really want to read that series before the show comes out on Amazon. And that's actually something where you just mentioned about The Darkest Minds, how they did a really good job of staying with the book. I find it super fascinating how on BookTube as well as on Book Twitter, people are talking about the show, and Amazon is giving some tidbits of what's happening and even some explanation, some information on what they're changing and why. And I find it so fascinating to kind of get a little bit of the behind the scenes on what decisions they're making along the way. So, for example, one thing that just came out is that they're changing. One of the characters has a harp, which is a pretty big deal because that's his thing. That's his, like, if you would change Legolas's a bow and arrow to a sword, is changing his harp into something else, but they're actually changing it into a guitar. And the fandom around it is totally okay with it because they're kind of taken along for the ride for the changes. And I think it's super fascinating to follow the whole thing. So I need to finish that series, but it's only like.
What series is this again?
That's the Wheel of Time series.
Who is it by?
It's by Robert Jordan, but Brandon Sanderson finished the last books. So he finished the series because Jordan sadly passed away before finishing it, but he had elaborate notes on how to finish it. And yeah, if you're interested in that, there's a few videos where Sanderson himself talks about how he got to finishing it. And I personally was totally fixated on this because I saw so many recommendations for this series because it influenced the fantasy that we see today so much. And I feel like there's so many topics that I love, and I'm so stunned how Robert Jordan was able to bring these topics into a book so long ago, and I feel like some fantasy stories should have learned from this even more than they did. So, for example, things like how the place of the women in the world, in his world, how they're playing. It's a lot of yin yang with men and women with different powers. If the magic, the powers, if a male has them in this world, they go insane, and the women can work with the magic. You have a women's council, and you have the mayor, and you have a woman and a man as heads of a city, and they are equal. And there's a lot of these underlying yin yang topics, which is totally fascinating. And there's so many things that I love about it. So yeah, it's really good.
I'll have to check that out. Kay Olson says that she's reading A Dangerous Fortune by Ken Follett. Now, I don't know how big that book is, but I do have another Ken Follett book somewhere around here, and I really enjoyed it. It's called Pillars of the Earth, and that's a thick one.
Yeah.
Wonderfully Made for Love says, hi guys, I have 2 nonfiction books, one about trauma, one about conspiracy theories that I'd like to sprint with today. Excellent. Hello, Barbara.
Tell us what the names are, and when you sprint with them, tell us how you're liking them. Really interested in them.
Veronique, am I saying that right? I started Wheel of Time last year, and also following the news around the show, and I'm so excited.
Same.
I am excited for the new Shadow and Bone series. I've been reading those with Marty. Yes, I'm really excited for those. They sound like it seems really interesting. Like I love the first book. The second book was it was still good, but it wasn't as good as the first. And we have just started. We're like 10% into the third book. And so I'm excited to see how the show goes.
But the show is mixing the 2 series, right? I'm super excited to see how that is going to work out. I did enjoy the Shadow and Bone, and I did enjoy Six of Crows, and I see the overlaps and everything, but I'm very interested in seeing how successfully they will weave them together in one show. I'm a little bit scared that this is a little bit more than that they're fighting a little bit more of that they can chew.
Well, who knows? Maybe because it's a show and not a movie, it might work out better. That might be able to make the world a little bigger. Kay says it's not one of his super big books. It's only around 600 pages. I mean, that's
only
a big book. Okay, why don't we find our places in our book? I'm going to be like turning my audiobook on so I can find my spot, and I'll mute this so y'all don't have to hear it. But we will how about we do a 15-minute sprint to start?
Sounds good.
And
I might pop in and out and try to fix. I have an idea why I might not see you, and I'll try and fix that first. So I might pop out for a second.
Okay, we're going to start our sprint. Let's start it. Heck, let's go ahead and just start it now.
Yeah. See you in 15.
All right. All right, that is time. How did you do? I unmuted you. How did you do?
I can see you, which is the bigger success here.
That is good. I managed to get to, well, like right at the bottom of page 222, and I started on 209. Though I had to pause because I was like also annotating and on a little sticky note on my book.
That's still good. I mean, it's good progress. 18
There was
pages.
a
That's good. Okay. In 15 minutes, 18 pages. That's good. Good pace.
only read 5 pages, but I'm annotating, so yeah, I had to stop because I was annotating in mine as well. 18 pages, 19 pages.
You're all doing well.
I think I did 13 pages. There was something funny in mine that I had to mark. He says, both Canada and Mexico have built walls to keep us out and them in. I had to look back when this thing was published, and it was published in 2012. So that was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah.
I only read 8 pages because I was getting distracted by my cats. They'll do that.
I mean, 8 pages is still good, but if you could have read more, if it weren't for those cats.
So how did you do, Cece?
I read 8 pages. I just had to calculate it because I tracked the whole portion for today together, and I read 67 today, but I only read 7 right now. So, but I'm done with today's portion, so that's good.
That is good. There's a lot of funny moments in Death Prefers Blondes. I love Margot's sense of humor. Oh my gosh, yes. There's so much humor. There's so much action and adventure, and there's like thriller parts. And I was like, I remember gasping and even knowing the things that were coming, like, because I read it back in 2019, and then I read it again. I think it was this year when we had Death Prefers Blondes as one of our season-a-thon books. Even knowing what was in the book, I was still like heart racing and stuff during parts of this book, reading it a second time. And I was just like, oh, and panicking because I knew what was coming. And I was just like, I still got emotional. I still cried over this book. It's fabulous.
I feel so bad that I haven't read it yet.
Yes, this book has it all. It really does. Gave me all the feels.
Makes me really excited to pick it up. It's definitely going on my TBR for February now, so thank you for that.
I mean, drag queen cat burglars.
It already has it all. That's true.
Yeah, I thought when I picked it up, I thought it was just gonna be like kind of a funny thing because drag queen cat burglars, but it was so much more than that. Oh my goodness, so much more.
I think that's why I haven't picked it up yet, because I haven't expected it to be really good. I thought that it would probably be more into the guilty pleasure. It's fun, like a Disney movie fun. You don't really find it like really, really good, but it's fun. But it sounds good.
So much more. So much more.
Getting prioritized.
Yeah, it's funny, like when you pick up books thinking that they're going to be like, this particular way, and then there's so much more than like that is a very small part of what they are. And like Death Prefers Blondes, yeah, it's definitely got a lot of humor throughout, but there's so much more to that book. And like I recently read Beach Read by, I think it's Emily Henry, I think. And it seems like it's going to be like a light, fluffy, contemporary romance, and it's so much more than that. Like it starts out and it's like the synopsis pretty much tells you that you have these two writers that write very different genres. He kills off his characters, she makes them fall in love, and they're like in beach houses for the summer side by side, and they clash, but romance forms and all that. That's what the synopsis tells you. But then you start out the book, and she is like very disillusioned by love and all of that. And she's a romance writer. She's very disillusioned by it because the reason why she's at this beach house is because her father left it to her. And so growing up, she believed in the power of love and all of that stuff. And her mother ended up getting sick with cancer, and her dad was like this superhero and just made life happy and grand and wanted things to be as good as possible and be there for her while she was recovering and like all this stuff. And her mom beat cancer. Yay, everything's good. And then they had a bump in their relationship and split up. They separated. And then her mom's cancer came back. And then her dad came back, and everything was grand and good. And her mom beat cancer again. And then later, and this is like a year before like the story starts, her dad dies of a stroke. And then she discovers that her dad has been having this secret affair with this other woman for many years and has this beach house that they shared together, and has now left her this beach house. And so she's going to this, she learns about this affair at the funeral when the other woman shows up. And so she's very disillusioned by love and all of that. And she's supposed to be writing her next romance novel, and she's like past due for turning things in. And so she's at this beach house trying to write this book. And yeah, I was like, wow, I was not expecting that. And that's at the very beginning of the book. That's like no spoilers. And I'm just like, didn't see that coming.
So more heavy than you think.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So I love books that surprise you like that. I have another one that was one of my favorite books of like, I think it was my favorite book of 2018. But I don't want to talk about it too much because it's actually going to be a season-a-thon book very soon. And we've already gotten a yes from the author. So
that's cool.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Let's join that and not talk about it before.
Yeah. What's better than drag queen cat burglars? I agree. Me being all excited, wanting to read on. I think I'll leave to read my book more. Sorry, but now that I have to run, I need to get back to it. Okay, well, good. Well, why don't we get into another sprint? We can do another little 15-minute sprint. Are you switching books now, Cece?
Mm-hmm. I'm actually switching to the book that Wonderfully Made for Love made me a box for. So I have the book here that she read and made a box for me. So I'm so excited to finish this one.
That's awesome. All right. Well, shall we do another 15-minute sprint?
Sounds good.
All right. Let's get to it. Refresh and go. And that's time.
How did you do?
I did, looks like 19 pages. No, 20 pages.
Nice.
I got to 242. How'd you do?
14, which is quite good in a book like this. I feel like I'm reading this type of book a lot slower than, for example, a YA dystopian or YA fantasy, because it's just more to digest.
Yeah. Well, I think typically that's how it goes with between like the adult and the YA kind of things, because adult tends to be a little denser and slower to read.
Well, there's a few adult that I feel like when it goes into the direction of romancy, chick litty or something, or even a lot of contemporaries, I can read them fairly quickly because there's not a lot of concepts.
Yeah, and not world building and all of that. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, fantasy and sci-fi, those tend to be a little denser, a little more in depth, I think.
Yeah.
Erica finished another chapter.
Good.
Julia got another 20 pages. Way to go. Also, your thumbnail's super cute. Or not thumbnail, but little profile thing. It's very cute.
Yeah. I love the hair.
Little space buns.
Yeah.
So Cece, we didn't really get a chance to discuss this too much before the live show began. I know it's significantly later for you. It's
True.
almost 10, is that correct for you now?
Yes.
So how long are you wanting to go in this live show?
I'm fine. I usually read until like 2, 3 a.m. Because my work schedule is a little bit off. So it always sounds a little bit funny to people. Like, oh, you're on so late. I'm like, well, I work a lot more on like American time because a lot of my colleagues are in the US. So most of my conference calls and everything don't start before 4 p.m. my time. So my whole day is a little bit shifted. I could obviously, if I would be the type of person who loves to get up early, work early, I could do that. But I actually prefer this way. I like to work late and stay up late and then sleep until noon. So that's my life is a little bit offset, and people always are like, wow, so late. No, it's not late for me.
You see, that's my kind of thing, is what I love. Like, I would much rather get up later in the day and stay up later in the evening than get up early and go to bed early. I'm really not a go to bed or wake up early kind of person. Like today, I think I got up at like around 10, but I was up until like 2 a.m. So let's see. Erica got 84 pages left.
Wow.
Oh, left in Death of First Blonde.
I was like, what? How did you do 84 pages? But no, you have left. Okay.
And Julia said, thank you. So I forgot to mention this in the beginning of the live show, but Cece and I do plan on doing this here on the 15th every month. That's my plan, at least. The 15th at 3 p.m. Not Central Time. 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's my time zone. And it will be
9 p.m.
9 p.m. in Cece's time zone.
8 p.m. UK time.
Okay, 8 p.m. UK, 9 p.m. What is CET?
That's Europe, so Central Europe.
Okay. Veronique read 16 pages during the sprint.
Good.
And Kay Olsen read 19.
Awesome.
Is everybody enjoying their books so far?
That's a good question. I love hearing people chat about their books and how they're liking it, and just being part of their reading process is so awesome.
Hi, Sandra from Poland.
Hi from Poland. So you're on my time.
So I know Erica is enjoying Death Prefers Blondes. So I'd like to hear how everybody else is enjoying their books. I'm I'm enjoying mine. It's fun. It's like I said, it's a reread for me, but it's a lot of fun. And is this a reread for you, Cece, or are you reading this for the first time?
It's new to me. That's why I'm probably a little bit slower. It feels like this big game of chess that I'm following, with people like back and forth, and it's really good, but it's also in a very weird way complex. It reads easily, but then you're like, wait, what? So I think this needs to be reread very quickly to really appreciate everything.
Mm. I love a good book that you can like pick up new things every time you read it, so you can read it over and over again. I love that. Erica's in Colorado, so she's on Mountain Time, so she's a little earlier than me. Kay says it's starting slowly. Hopefully it picks up as it goes on. Hopefully. Helen is from Sweden, also on your time, Cece.
Loving it.
I own the book Cece's reading, but haven't read it yet.
Yeah, take your time when you want to get to it, because I feel like this is a book that you really want to comprehend. This is not one where I would say read it. You need to be in the right headspace to really wanting to do it. So yeah, but I'm loving it.
Take your time to fully absorb it. Yeah. Kay says, I finished You Should See Me in a Crown this morning, so Ken Follett is very different.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read You Should See Me in a Crown. I really enjoyed that. It's a cute book.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like light and fluffy versus, well, Ken Follett is he's very descriptive, I find. He puts you in whatever world that he's created.
Well, he's more epic, definitely.
Yes.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So many people in the same time zone. That's so awesome. So
yeah.
how long do you guys in my time zone plan to read today?
Yeah, comment and let us know. She's enjoying Hero of Ages.
Good.
Yeah, I'm a mood reader, so I tend to go off that most of the time. I'm finding that this year I'm wanting to do a little bit more mood reading, and so I'm like going to have to change up my TBR stuff yet again, because I want to have more room to be able to just pick up something, and I haven't really been able to do that for a while because my TBR is like 20 books or so.
I think when it comes to that, we're still the same. We have these elaborate TBRs, and we're like, do I actually get through all of what I want to read? But
yeah, and then you get this one book in the mail, and you're like, oh, I want to read this right now, and it's not on my TBR. I've done that already this month. Like, I got sent a book called Alicia in Atlantis, and it was a middle grade book, and I was like, well, I think I'm going to read this now. And so I'm like, okay, how do I play catch up on my other books?
Right. Well, I mostly stick to my TBR. I just don't finish the books that are on the schedule because it's always crazy. But I feel like I get anxiety if I have to randomly mood pick my book, because there's too many to pick from. So I get overwhelmed. So I need a plan to go by.
All right, let's do another sprint. We'll do another 15-minute one. Pull this up. Reset. All right, let's go. And that is time. I got another 20 pages in. Also, I forgot something that was in here. One of the characters, his name is Chubbs, or his nickname is Chubbs. He is very smart, and the internet is like carefully observed so that they can like catch any people that are rogue or whatever. And so him and his parents use book reviews, online book reviews for coded messages. So like yeah, so he has like a book review of I think it's Gulliver's Travels, and like the first word along the front column is the message that he gets to his parents. So like his review, it's like a couple of paragraphs long, but the message he gets out is, "I'm out, can't get to you, can meet anywhere, name, place, and time, missed you, love you." I'm like,
so awesome.
We got book reviews in my book.
Can you imagine having to writing it like this? I always find these like coded messages like this so fascinating, but I'm like, I could never write this. Like I'm not on that level that I could do this.
Yeah, like his, let's see, where is it? Here's his review. "I'm not sure what else can be said about this book that hasn't already been said. I'm out of clever things to say, I'm afraid. Jonathan Swift has always been a favorite, but I can't get over how clever his wordplay is throughout the novel. I really can't get over how similar it is to Robinson Crusoe at times, especially when he's on the ship to Lilliput. Through his interaction with the Lilliputans wasn't the strongest section. You would be hard-pressed to find an equally clever interplay of parody and originality. I can see why the book has been studied so carefully by scholars over the years. We meet Gulliver as a dreamy young man in search of adventure, trying to get anywhere that would involve sea travel, and see him evolve masterfully. If I had to name the best section of the book, it would probably be the Lilliputans section, a place where I would greatly like to visit because my own head is often stuck in the clouds, and to be able to study philosophy and mathematics all day, a dream. There was a time or two over the course of the novel that I felt Swift had gone overboard and missed some opportunities to drive home his idea of what the ideal society should be. You, as the reader, are left to figure out it for yourself. This book is perfect if you love thought-provoking literature from an objective, rational viewpoint, or if you dream about one day traveling the world yourself."
That's
And it's literally
so
like
cool.
the first line, like the first word in each line.
Can it just, I mean, challenge yourself and try and write a review where you know what the first word has to be. I don't think I could do it.
I mean, that review by itself was better than any review I could ever write anyway.
Yes.
Forget about the code.
Except maybe some of my really, really ranty reviews.
Yeah. And forget about trying to put any code in there.
Right, exactly.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back up on the messages here. Go back.
While we're looking for the message, I have a question for you guys. Do you like the 15 minutes, or would you like to do a different? Like, would you like to go for more, or should we keep up the 15 minutes sprints?
Ronnie said, "Let this time for sprints because normally a lot of times they're in the middle of the night for me." So
well,
cool.
Then you're good luck.
Haven't read anything by Ken Follett yet. We'll probably be awake for a couple more hours. Don't know how much I'll be reading though. Well, you can still just hang out with us.
Yeah.
I have no sleeping scheduled anymore. None. I'm just done with sleep. Since everything's closed, school is online, so probably a bit longer.
Yeah. I'll just fall over when I fall over, kind of deal, right?
I may stop making TBRs. Yeah, okay. No, I definitely won't be doing that because that's like a big thing on my channel. I have to do that.
Well, I mean, as long as you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy them anymore, you will probably find a new big thing on your channel, right? But I feel like you're enjoying especially your games and how to pick it.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I do like see, you were saying before you do like these really big TBRs and then don't end up getting to them. For the most part, I get to all of the books. I like devour all of these books. But then I have to spend so much time reading them. There's no TV, there's no radio. If I'm in the car, I'm listening to an audiobook because, and if I'm home, I'm either physically reading or listening because I have to be constantly consuming the books in order to get all the books done. And so
do you feel pressure to get them done?
A little bit, but I mean, I know it's not necessary, but I'm just like try to push myself to do it since I've like set this goal for myself. Right. And I'm thinking I want to set a lower goal. Just because I still want to be able to consume them like that, but I'd also like to be able to, oh my gosh, I finished everything. I can read whatever I want.
So I don't want to get to that point. So this is why my TBRs are so big, because I want to not get to the point where my monthly TBR is done and I don't know what to pick up next, because then I will get book picking anxiety. So my TBR needs to be more than I can do. If I do 70-80% of my TBR, I'm absolutely fine. But I feel a little bit pressure to read more simply because I feel mortal and I feel like I can't read all the books that I want to read in my lifetime. So that's where my pressure comes from.
I think for me, it's if I were to finish everything, I have like in my series that I do, Have I Read It? I have my extras pile, and that's a very big pile. So if I were to finish everything in my monthly TBR, I could actually get into that pile. And so I could dwindle it down, because coming up soon, I'm going to do an actual numbered limit on how many I can have in that. So yeah, I need to
you have a lot of like rules with all the games. I love it.
I usually go to bed around midnight in the weekends, but I don't know if I'll make it till then because I got an earlier rhythm starting at 7 for my internship in the week. Oh yeah.
Hey, good luck on your internship. That's awesome though that you are able to start an internship right now. So congrats on that.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, it looks like I have books being delivered.
Ooh.
It's like I just saw the mail person walk up to my front door with a box that I know is books. So much to highlight and annotate. My mind is reeling. Yeah. I read 20 pages, but was not prepared to discover what ratting was. I'm disturbed. What is ratting? I don't know. I'm afraid to ask, actually.
Yeah, I'm afraid now too, but I also want to Google it right now.
RATTING. Helen says 15 to 20 minutes is good, she thinks. Erica says, I'd say go for a bit more, but that's just me.
The activity of hunting or killing rats, is that really like, I'm not sure if I want to know what is happening in your book.
Oh, I enjoy making them, but I love mood reading too. I don't always stick to my TBRs.
But that's fine. If that's fine for you, that's all that matters, right? So that's good.
Veronique says she would like a little bit longer sprints, but she loves the chatting as well. I have a TBR in mind for the month, but I'm a big mood reader, so it can change 3 days in.
Which is fine.
I also want to read everything.
That's my dilemma.
That's my problem. I make TBRs, then I change them after I already posted them. I mean, I used to do that too, but now that I have like all my games and rules and stuff, I don't typically do that much.
I mean, feel free to stop them. If it makes you feel pressure to read something that you're not in the mood to read, then stop it. I mean, reading needs to stay fun, even if you're doing stupid.
And then I'm also good with DNFing things too. So
go get the book.
Later. I've literally, I don't want to even open those books until my next vlog, just because I've already opened a giant box of books in this week's vlog that had 16 books in it.
And I was getting a live unboxing.
Veronica says, I'm really happy that I continue my internship. It's a research internship with a lot of lab work, so that's not able to do from home. So we work in shifts. Well, that's really cool.
Yep.
It's betting on dogs versus rats.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, there's her times for her internship.
Oh, that's a long day.
Hmm. It's better. Oh, the scene was close to traumatizing. Was not expect. Okay.
Hmm.
It sounds disturbing.
Yeah, it does.
Get the books and show them to us. Live unboxing. This is reading sprints, not unboxing.
But,
Okay. So
yeah,
do we want
should
to
we
do 20 minutes for the next one?
thinking alike?
Let me. Okay, I have to go back in here. I gotta change this. 20 minutes. And how did I get that back? Oh, this thing. Okay. All right, let's get ready for a 20-minute sprint.
Happy reading.
And go. And that is time.
Yay.
I got 27 pages.
Awesome. I actually did 23 this time, but I think it was a little bit of cheating involved because I finished a part of the book where you then have not only one empty page, but the title and another empty page. So,
Count. And just so y'all know, I did go out and get the boxes. There's actually 2 boxes that they brought. One of them was just a single book, which is actually, I know what that book is. It's this. I've had an arc of this for a long time. I actually got it signed by the author, signed and personalized. I got to meet her. And so I haven't bought the hardcover until now. Because I was just like, I have the hardcover of the first book, but then I have this, but I'm not going to get rid of this because it's signed and personalized. So I'm like, do I really need the other one? But I really want the other one because it matches. And I love this series so much. So.
I totally get it. Although I don't keep books much, I totally get it.
Well, this book was it's the second in a series. The first book was a 5-star. And then the second book was even better than the first book.
Oh, really?
And so, yeah. So I'm like, and I've already I pre-ordered the third book, and I'm like excitedly waiting for that. And so we're currently me and my little buddy read group. We're buddy reading. Last month we buddy read A Curse of Dark and Lonely. This month we're doing A Heart So Fierce and Broken, and we've all pre-ordered the next book. So next month, because it comes. I think it comes out January 26th. So next month we'll be buddy reading the new one. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I get that.
So how are you enjoying your book?
I'm really enjoying it. As I said, it's I feel like 70% is just going over my head. It's like I'm not comprehending everything that's happening. And do you know this feeling when you're like, I understand what's written on the page, and I feel like I'm understanding what's going on, but I feel like I'm not getting the big picture that I should be getting.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's so much in here that just I know what's going on. So it's not like I'm assuming it should be going on because it's supposedly to be a masterpiece. I can see that it's going on, but it's still over my head.
Yeah, I have some of those books that I'm like, I've read it, and then I'm like reading a section or a couple pages or something. And I'm like, okay, go back, and I have to reread those pages just to fully get it. Because sometimes it does that. It's just right over my head, and then I have to or if it's something, say, Marty and I are even just listening to, not just reading with my eyes, we're listening to an audio. I have to pause and be like, okay, what just happened there? And or did this happen? Is this what I think happened? And he's like, yep, that's what happened.
Well, I usually more know myself to completely zone out. So, I mean, I think everybody knows this, where you read a page and you're like, I know that I physically read the page, but I have no idea what just happened because I read the words, but they did not reach my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's something that I know to happen, but I have never experienced reading a book, understanding what's happening, but feeling like I know that there's more to comprehend that is going over my head. It's similar to when you, for example, watch a TV show where they're making a ton of puns that are referring to other TV shows, and oh, this is referring to another TV show, but you don't know this other TV show.
So you don't entirely get the joke. There's a joke there, but you don't really get the joke.
You know it's a joke, but you don't get it. And that's how I feel with this one.
I get that. Erica says she was updating her diary vlog. Did you finish Death Prefers Blonde? Hello, Christine.
Hi, Christine.
I have to go make supper for my mama and I all. Thank you. Take care to you too.
Thanks for joining
Enjoy your
us.
dinner. Something terrible had in my book and I had to rant. Oh, girl, I know.
Now I'm excited to see that vlog, to see you rant. I love a good rant.
She's on chapter 39. What am I reading? I am currently reading The Darkest Minds by Alexandra Bracken. It's a reread for me. I read this, I don't know, like 3 years ago, something like that. But I'm having to read it for my Have I Read It? So I can read Never Fade. So I'm reading this. I'm also doing it for the Read Your Bookshelf-a-thon. So I'm starting with this book and continuing on. So it's my goal between now and the 20th to maybe read the entire series. We'll see.
You can do it.
Maybe. She's angry at her book.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll get all those feelings. Okay. Do we want to do another 15-minute or a 20-minute?
I felt like 20-minute was widely what people liked as well. I'm gonna have to move you because I'm gonna start unboxing some bits from my book box that came along with this. I have some gifts coming up, so I'm just moving.
Oh, is it? Did they do it? You know how Once Upon a Book Club does with the little Post-it notes telling you to open your gift at certain pages? Did they do that with that?
Just a lot more than Once Upon a Book Club.
Fun. Are you going to do a live unboxing with us?
Well, I'm going to be filming unpacking these, and you can probably see those that I'm unboxing. Yes.
Well, all right, cool.
During
I'm
the next
excited to see what you got.
Yeah.
All right, getting the timer ready. Resetting that. And read.
Happy reading.
And that is time. I managed to get 20 more pages in. I'm on 309 now.
Awesome. I did 19, even with filming 3 gifts, so that's awesome.
What gifts did you open?
Yeah, the first thing is like a face mask.
Uh-huh.
That was in between books. I had come to that point earlier, and it just said pretty much, "Hey, do you want a wellness break between the parts?"
Fine.
We had one point where they were talking about some scents, and I got Maxwell wax melts,
Hmm.
and they really, the scent is amazing. I am going to put them into my candle later on. I'm loving the scent. And then the third one was where people were having wine and a snack, and I got a small packet of the golden Oreos. So,
Yum.
and I have another 10 pages until the next one.
So was this like a subscription box thing, or
No.
this somebody did this for you?
Yes. So we have this group of people on Goodreads in Germany. And we have this, we found each other because it's a traveling book group. I'm actually reading the Sanderson for this. So there's how many people have read this before me. So pretty much what we do is you can see all the people who have read it before me, and everybody has a different colored pen, and they put notes in it, and you read it, and you have all these like conversations and comments from other people. When you start to get to know them, that's like the most awesome thing ever. When you it's even better than a buddy read, something like this, where they all have their like opinion at the exact time when you are in the exact time of the book. Sometimes it's just a smiley or a F them all, but it's really good. And
That's
in this,
so fun.
yeah, and the people in this group really have become awesome friends, and we have started doing book boxes for each other. So when you start to get to know each other, they get a completely different quality as well. So some of the gifts are very personal, and yeah, usually we just put a budget, and then we make boxes for each other. And I've been unboxing boxes like this, I think 5-6 boxes now, so it's really cool.
That is so fun. That's like the Once Upon a Book Club thing where you get to. I love that, like how interactive it makes it all. And what you're doing is even more interactive with like reading people's thoughts. That's really cool.
So yeah, this one doesn't have any comments in, but usually when I get a box, I have the comments from the person who read it and the gifts. And sometimes, so in the Once Upon a Book Club, which is my favorite subscription box ever, because of the format, I love it. But it's always literally something that the character is picking up or is using that comes to life. And when we do it for each other, sometimes it gets more
personal.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just a little bit different where, for example, when there's a really sad point in the book, you might get tissues because the person knows that you're going to cry, or you might get some chocolate to get you through this really tough part, I've seen so like incredibly creative things in these boxes from people. For example, in one of the last boxes that I got, the couple was dancing, and I got a link to a YouTube playlist with dance instructions for some of my favorite songs.
How fun! That is really cool. So we have some people commenting how many pages they read. Ronique read 21. Erica read 8.
Are you still angry?
And Veronique says a traveling book sounds like so much fun. I think that does. That sounds like a really fun time. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, you kind of have to stick it to like just a smaller area, like for you, just Germany, because I know shipping is insane. It's ridiculous.
Especially right now. I usually sell my books once I'm done, and especially the Fairy Loot or Owl Crate. They usually people are looking for them, so it's not necessarily people from Germany wanting them. Also because they're all in English. So I have people from all over the world wanting them, and then right now the German mail only ships them premium, and then it still goes overseas without tracking. So I have to pay like $60 for shipping, and then it's going to be in a big container on a ship. No, thank you. That's not never gonna reach you.
Yeah, that's crazy. I remember watching, I think your vlog or something when you were talking about the changes in shipping and stuff, and how you weren't going to be doing the giveaways like you were before because of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Giving away a value of like 20, even $30 and having to pay 70, $80 shipping just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. She says, yes, very angry, but it's a good thing to feel emotions while you're reading. I
That's
agree.
so true. So true. That's why I'm reading most of the time.
That's what makes the book good. Yeah, it's the ones that really like make you feel like really strong emotions. Typically, those are the ones that give me 5 stars.
Oh, that makes you think. So
yeah,
sometimes they don't make me feel, but they make me think. Or even sometimes when they just expand your horizon, when you get a new, it doesn't necessarily have to make you think, but if it just gives you a new perspective on things, I just love that.
mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, some of my 5 stars are like, I mean, heck, if anybody's seen my top 20 of 2020, even I was surprised by my top 20 because like I was expecting the majority of my top 20 to be like typical YA novels, and that was like not the case at all. There's maybe 6 on there, but I had some middle grade, I had nonfiction, I had a reference book, I had a classic, I had a couple of adult thrillers. I was just like, I was surprised by my top 20. And not all of those like made me feel things, but I gathered things from like the reference book is probably at this point still my most tabbed book. And it's like How to Travel the World on $50 a Day. And I love that book. It's so good and very helpful. I was reading it prior to COVID with plans of, my travel over the summer that I was going to do and didn't get to. And I had it all tabbed out like, oh, this is a good idea. And this is a good idea. And all the things I wanted to do and couldn't.
Well, we're going to go back to traveling, and we're going to meet when we go back to traveling. So that's so on the schedule.
How did you find / start with the traveling book? Oh, your traveling book.
Yeah. So I actually just found it on Goodreads. I've thought about the idea before, but I didn't have the reach to start it. Because as Mel said, you need to have people in the same area due to shipping costs, and also it's just very if a book ends up being 6 to 8 weeks during shipping, it's just a really long wait. The Goodreads group is really awesome. Some people are managing it really well. We have really good rules to make it work for everyone, and people are becoming really good friends. So it's really awesome, but sadly, just Germany.
So I think this next buddy read, or not buddy read, reading sprint, I'm gonna have to like click. I'm still gonna be on here, and y'all are gonna see me, but I'm gonna be like getting something on my computer or no, I have to do it over the phone. I'm gonna order us dinner. We're getting food delivered tonight, so yeah. So if you see me on the phone, that's what I'm doing. But I need to go ahead and do that just because they take for freaking ever to get here. So let's get ready.
They're busy and they're making money, and not because they're struggling.
And it's Friday night.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get ready for another reading sprint.
Yep.
We'll do 20 minutes again. Get my little clock ready, reset it, and read.
Happy reading.
And that is time.
Yay.
I was totally immersed. I was like, oh, it's time.
Good.
Let's see. I
What
got
did
a
you order? What are you getting to
pizza.
eat? Ah,
Pizza.
good.
Let's see. I got math, my brain. 22 pages. Yeah, 22 pages. Oh, let's see.
Good.
Aaron says I'll be reading The Grace Kelly Dress by Brenda Janowitz. Haven't heard of that one.
Me either. Tell us about it. What's it about?
Are you enjoying it? Erica says, OMG, the conversation between Axel and his had me in tears. Yeah. It's Death Prefers Blonde stuff. Oh, Axel's one of our drag queens. Veronique read 20 pages. Helen's got 13 minutes left on her audiobook. Well, you'll get that in the next sprint. Are you going to start a new book when you finish that one? If so, what are you going to start? So your book's still over your head?
Yeah, I think I understand now why that's happening. It's because this is actually 5 short stories that have been released over time. So they weren't released at the same time. They were released in the 1940s. And the problem is for me personally that the short stories, this book plays over I think 100 years. I'm not 100% sure when the last story plays, but the first 4 stories are spanning across 80 years. And there's big jumps in between. So I feel like potentially I'm usually struggling with short stories because as soon as I'm really in the moment, I'm taking to the next place. And I think this is what's happening here and why it feels like it's going over my head, because I'm struggling with connecting some parts of the stories with each other, and it's not getting as deep as I like it to go. But there's so many ideas at the same time. There's so much stuff on so little pages that it feels like this could be a 1,000-page book.
I think a lot of people get that kind of thing going with like anthologies and short story books like that as well. Or also, I know a lot of people have that same issue with when books switch to like many different perspectives. That was my problem with the Game of Thrones series. There's so many different perspectives, and it's just like you start getting into what's going on with that one perspective, and then they switch to somebody else. Ace says we're going to read. It's called The Other Miss Miller by Allison M. Dixon. I also haven't heard of that one.
Yeah.
Tell us about it,
please.
Veronique's heading to bed. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining. I know you earlier said you have an early day, so thank you for staying with us this long.
Oh, and she ended on such a cliffhanger. Oh
no. Oh no.
Well, hopefully you can get past that cliffhanger tomorrow.
Dream up your own new ending.
Erica got another 11 pages. Oh, so let's see. I'm like just a little over halfway through with my book. I've been listening to the audiobook, which I'm able to speed up more when I'm physically reading because I physically read faster. And so right now at the speed that I'm at, I have like a little under 2 hours remaining. So hopefully I'll finish this one today.
I have 48 minutes left. I do the same. I physically read it with my eyes and listen to it on audiobook at the same time if I have both available. And it usually helps me comprehend more and focus more on what's going on. So yeah, exactly 48 minutes left.
Yeah. Had I not been doing live reading sprints, I would have been sanding and painting kitchen cabinets while listening to my audiobook. So this is much more pleasant.
I'm so glad we finally are doing something together. I mean, we wanted to do something for a while now, right?
Yeah. And our original plan kind of went. Yeah, my box of the Once Upon a Book Club Advent box, literally they sent it to ship on I think December 8th, and on December 25th it was still at that post office. It was still in Arizona. It sat there for 3 weeks before the post office managed to get it off. So yeah. T says I'm starting Avatar: The Ride of Kyoshi. It's set
Oh,
before the Avatar TV show we know.
that sounds interesting.
I've actually never watched that show. I did watch the movie, but I think from what people say, the movie goes off of what the show was. Like it's not good. I enjoyed the movie, but I hadn't read the books or watched the show.
Wait, isn't that something completely different, though? I thought that was completely separate, like ideas and stories.
There's there was a movie that was like the Earth bent like bent.
Yeah. I think I've never watched that.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different like Avatar movies. One is based on this, and one is not.
Okay,
But the one that's based on this is
okay. Sorry,
from
I'm
what I hear, not good.
not much into the Avatar world, but I understand the hype about it and the love for it. And if you're into the show, it's probably super exciting to read a prequel that is in this world.
That's how I am with Buffy. I love me some Buffy. I love reading the graphic novels for Buffy.
I haven't read any of them, but I love the show so much.
Yeah, there have been some that I've really enjoyed, and there have been others not so much. Like I read one that was it was high school from hell or something like that. It was a Buffy the Vampire Slayer graphic novel, and it was by a different author and narrator than the ones that I've enjoyed, but it was like they redid pretty much the first episode of Buffy, but it was, instead of being exactly like it was in the show, it was set now. So the same characters, the same age, but everything's set now. So there's like cell phones and all of that. And yeah, it was set in like the 2000s, it was weird. I didn't like how they changed things, and like
concept.
Willow, for example, in the very first episode, she's our little mousy, nerdy character, and she kind of transforms over time into her like witchy badass self. And in this one, and also her attire changes, like how she dresses and stuff changes drastically over all of the years. But in this graphic novel, it starts her off already as a lesbian. Like that's not something that's revealed until much later in the show, but it starts her out that way.
Along her way of discovering herself and yeah, okay.
Yeah, in the graphic novel, it starts her off that way, and it starts her off, much more like the sexier Willow. And I didn't like it. I ended up.
I like that type of Willow, but I loved the development and how you can see how a character grows and changes, and it's still the same person. It's not like she wasn't a lesbian at the beginning, but it's about finding yourself and finding your truth and finding how to speak your truth. And
it's already like she's got a girlfriend and everything in the beginning. And Xander was just like, I mean, Xander was probably the closest that they kept to how he actually was. Cordelia was pleasant, which was so wrong. She was so nice to everybody, including Willow, that was just not Cordelia at all. And so, yeah, I wasn't a fan. More people talking about Avatar. Yeah, they said the movie was
Sorry.
so bad.
Yeah, sorry
Yeah,
for
not the
mixing
Avatar
them
with the
up.
blue creatures. Yeah, I watched both Avatar movies, the one with the blue creatures, and then I watched the one that's based on the comics or the shows or whatever. And I enjoyed that one. I can't remember much about the blue creature one. I vaguely remember that one.
Well, I know that I liked that one. I found it interesting, and I found it at the time. What's the word? Cinematography or whatever. Like,
Oh,
the way,
the C and G or CDG
well,
or whatever you call it. Yeah,
the way it looked.
yeah, the cool graphic things they
Yeah,
did.
that was amazing. And was I felt like very progressive for the time, very groundbreaking for the time, and
Mhm.
that's what I loved about it.
Yeah. All right, are we ready for another sprint?
I think we are.
All right, let me add that back. Reset, and let's read. And that is time. How'd you do?
20 pages exactly, and I got one gift, which I'm so excited to try. It's like chocolate with cinnamon, like
Ooh, that
inside.
looks
I don't know.
good.
It looks good, but I know that I can't have something sweet right now. So because I already had one Oreo, and I know that if I eat more, I'm gonna crash. So
Mm,
it's so hard because I really want to try them, but I know I can't right now. So
that was me last night. So I'm doing like the intermittent fasting, so I'm not eating like after a certain point. And last night I was up really, really late filming a massive bookish unboxing, like 14 boxes.
I've
Yeah.
seen the picture. Oh my gosh.
And there was one of them that had candy in it, and I was like, "Ooh, let's open this up and try it." And I was like, "Oh wait, no, I can't. No, I can't do that yet."
Oh,
I got 19, I think 19 pages. Yeah.
good.
And my pizza's here. So I was like eating while listening and reading
Well, that
along.
was faster than you made it out to be. Like, that was quick, right?
Yeah, that I think it's because what happened the last time I had gotten pizza. For one, it took a long time, and then they delivered it to the wrong house,
Oh,
like a different street, even not even on my street.
good.
And we did the contactless delivery, so it was just gonna the way
Mm.
they're supposed to do it is they were supposed to set it somewhere by your front door where it wasn't on the ground and ring your bell or knock on your door and then step 6 feet away and wait for you to make sure you got your stuff. And they just like dropped it off at this person's house and left, and then they happened to find it a little bit later. Luckily it
Oh
wasn't like cold.
no.
And they're like luckily the person, we get our packages mixed up a lot. So she called me and she's like, these stupid delivery people, they dropped your pizzas off and left them. And she's like, they're probably cold because it's cold outside. So we went over and picked them up. They weren't cold yet, but I called the pizza place and I told them what happened. And so they credited me the full meal back.
Oh,
And so
that's
they're
good.
like, just call us and we'll send you the exact same thing out. So we're like, okay, I guess we're going to have that again next week. So they were pretty quick about it. I was like, okay, awesome.
They have you like on a special list now.
They might have spit in my food. I don't know. No, I mean it wasn't like
It
just
happened.
a regular complaint. They literally didn't even get on my street before they dropped my food off.
But it sounds like if that happens with this neighbor in the other street, oftentimes there must be something causing this, right?
Well, it's because okay, we have the same, like mine is 7731 and hers is 7731. And my street is like, I'm gonna make up words here. uh, Turning head lane, and hers is head front road or something like that.
But it's a little similar.
Yeah. Yeah, terrible street names I just came up with, but I just looked at my book and I was like, turning head, okay. But yeah, it's really annoying because we get a lot of packages mixed up and stuff, and it's luckily we have each other's phone numbers now from having that happen before.
So what did you start, Helen?
Yes. What did you think of your audiobook? And what's the new book you're starting? Erica got another 12 pages. You're definitely getting close to the end of that book. I know. Probably like what, 40 pages left, something like that. Yes. The pizza.
It
We got
oh,
pizza, some honey barbecue boneless wings. So good.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I was like taking it easy on my eating earlier in the day so I could eat what I want.
Well,
Eat what I want tonight.
sometimes that's what you need, and that's fine. 43 pages left. Yes.
Oh, I'm making her hungry.
That's quite similar. I have Math Be My Friend, 30 pages left.
You only have 30 pages left?
Yep.
Awesome. You're going to get that finished. Probably what we could do a 30-minute sprint and you might be able to get it finished then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up for 30 minutes. Sounds good to me.
Or we could do 2 15 minutes. You'd rather split it up?
I'm fine either way. I can do a 30-minute.
Oh.
Yeah. Erica says yes, 30 minutes. Then let's do 30 minutes.
All right. Let me go and change this time here. Ah! Oh crap. I made it gigantic. Hold on, it filled up my whole screen. Oh.
Supposed to make it longer, not bigger.
Yeah. 30 minutes. And bigger. Okay. Here we go. And
Happy
starting
reading.
time now. And that is time.
Yay!
Did you finish?
Yes, I did. It's over. I'm so torn about this because I feel like the ideas and the concept for this world deserve a 5 star. But either the writing is just very not my time. I mean, it was written in the like 1940s, so it feels dull. It feels a little bit boring and slow in a way. And I feel the characters are a little bit. The characters aren't characters; they're just names, and it's the conversations where all the stuff is happening. Um, but there's so much happening, and the world is incredible. I just decided on rating it 3 stars because I think if it weren't for these amazing ideas, I couldn't have gotten through it. So I'm very torn because on one hand I'm like yay, and on the other I'm like.
It sounds like you were having a hard time connecting with the characters.
Yeah, and
connecting with the story in general.
I mean, as I said, it's like 5 short stories, and mostly the short stories have completely different set of characters, so it's hard to connect with them already. But then I feel like for the most part, they don't have personality at all. But there's a lot going on, a lot of like, as I said, like a big chess game, and a lot of moving parts, a lot of ideas, a lot of world building, but you don't know all the pawns in the game personally, so I'm missing kind of that.
Yeah, I think I got another 38 pages in mine, so I'm like page 390. Very much enjoying it. Yeah, I'm seeing where things are starting to get like there's this little buildup of something that's going to happen. And because I've already read it before, I know it's coming up. So I'm like, oh, I know like somebody reading this the first time wouldn't really see necessarily the buildup at this point.
Right.
But having read it, I'm like, oh, I know where this is going. I know what's going on here. Erica says, a story for me is bad if I can't connect to the characters. Connecting to the characters is key to me. Without it, the story falls flat. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes if there's a big plot line and a big plot twist and that feels epic, I don't need the characters to be that strong. But with short stories like in this one, there's a big world with a big overarching like idea, but it's not a plot line. So yeah, if the characters were more fleshed out and if this weren't 5 short stories but 5 books really fleshed out, I would have loved it.
Yeah. I can tell you like from have you started any of your Once Upon a Book Club Advent stuff yet?
No. I just got it today, so no.
Okay, I didn't know if you like dug into at least day 1 yet.
No,
I can tell you when you open up the box, there's like a freaking book like this thick in there. Like it's not a little booklet, it is a full book of 12 short stories. And the very first one made me want to cry.
Oh no, that's good.
I was like, why would they do this with the very first story?
I'm so excited.
I was connecting with the main character in that, and I was just like, I could see me as this main character, and it hurt my heart.
How far into it are you? Have you completed the box, or are you?
No, I've gone through the first. I filmed the first 4 days, so that's all I've done so far. And let me see. I'm actually posting my day 1 on the 22nd.
Ooh.
For me, I can't enjoy the story unless I connect to the story.
I get that.
Character, she means.
Yeah.
Did you get the YA or the adult?
The adult. That was
okay,
the whole point behind us doing something together, because I think most
That's
of it
what I
is,
thought. That's what I thought you had said. Was you got the adult and I got the YA. So the books are going to be different. That you get all the rest of the gifts will be the same, but
yeah.
the books are different. I'm excited to see what books you got. I have an idea, maybe, of the first book because I think it's based on what's in the story. So I'll be interested to see if that's what you get or not. Helen says 1 a.m. here now, so I think it's time for her to go to bed. Thanks for the sprints. They're always fun. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
It was great having you.
And it's 1 a.m. your time too, right, Cece?
Yeah, but as I said, I usually read until like 2, 3 a.m. It's very, very normal for me. It's not 1 a.m. how people usually feel about 1 a.m. It's more like what 10 p.m. feels to people.
Yeah, for me, it's like 7 p.m. So
But thank you for joining, Helen. I hope to see you end of the month on my channel. We're doing the same starting time on the last day of the month on mine.
Yep, it'll be fine. So, Cece, do you have another book you want to read, or did you want to end this here? Or
well, as I said, I'm probably going to read for another hour before I move over to watching one episode on Netflix before sleeping.
what you gonna watch?
I'm currently watching the Mystic Pop-Up Bar, Korean drama, and I'm loving it.
I don't really watch much TV, so I have no idea.
What I love about the Korean dramas is that all the emotions are so super like over the top, but in a fun way and in a cute way, and I just love it. And I feel like a lot of the Korean dramas have fun ideas. It's the same feeling for me as watching a Disney movie with like a little magic in it. And I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I love that they ugly cry, in like the Hollywood movies when people cry, they're like, and they silently tears falling down their cheeks, and in the Koreans like,
Yeah, I've watched like a little bit, and I don't even know if it was a show or a movie or what. It was like a little series on YouTube that I was watching, and it started with like one was this girl. She was like very obese, and she went to like this birthday dinner or something for her boyfriend, and he had another girl wearing the exact same dress as her sitting beside him, and she was all skinny and pretty. And when she sat down, everybody started kind of making fun of her and everything. And so she went and she got all this like surgery, like cosmetic surgery done, and she got into shape and she was eating right and all this stuff. And then she became like this super hot thing. And she was also like working on her career and became like a big hot shot and all of this stuff. And then him and his new girl, they were like trying to like get a job in this business, and she came in and they didn't, or no, her brother or her friend or some, I don't know, because it's in Korean. I forget. He came in there and he was like interviewing them, and oh no, she did some kind of interviewing with them, and when they like realized who she was and everything, it was like, yeah, they were like talking crap about her and stuff even there. And so she was like, yeah, I own this, and you're not getting this job, and yeah, you're not going to have your other job either.
I mean, I'm always very conflicted about the overweight girl turns pretty and successful, because it can go very, very wrong very quickly, because I don't feel like weight determines success. But on the other hand, when you see a lot of successful people, a lot of them, not all of them, usually are very concerned about their appearance too. So there is some connection to it, and I get some lines that are interconnecting, but I don't like the she was unsuccessful when she was big and ugly, and then she turns thin, and thin means pretty, and now she's successful. So when it's tastefully done, it's good. When it's connected to, hey, I'm changing my life, I'm taking it under control, and it's not because of becoming beautiful, somebody becomes successful. Um, Erica, what Korean dramas are you watching? Which one do you like? And Jemima J. I need to look that up because the concept is interesting. So yeah, I do have another book lined up. It's Marina. I couldn't for the life of like I can't tell you what it's about. I'm 50 pages in, and it's fun. It's interesting. It's like a YA mystery. I know it's set in Barcelona, and this boy meets this girl who drags him into a mystery. But other than that, I don't get what's going on yet. But the amazing thing about this is that I'm actually just going to listen to a chapter, because the people from the Goodreads group that are doing the traveling books, we decided to read each other a bedtime story. So we go around reading each other a chapter, and I have 2 chapters to listen to of like friends reading it to me. So I need to do that next.
Fun. You said your little Goodreads group just sounds like so much fun.
Oh, they're awesome. They are awesome, all of them. It's so many cool ideas, and I love these projects.
I did I came across this book. I forget where I got it, and it was like politically correct bedtime stories. And so I thought that I started reading it, and I was like, oh my gosh, these are hilarious. So I decided I was going to film, and I did like a little filming series of reading these bedtime stories into my videos. And I mean, very few people actually watch them, but I was very entertained. And it was like stories like the Three Little Pigs, and these different little fairy tales and stuff, but it's all done like politically correct, and it was just ridiculous, and I loved it.
Why haven't I seen this? It's on your channel, yes?
Yeah, if you just look up like bedtime stories, you should be able to find them. Let me see.
Sounds amazingly funny, especially if you read them.
Let's see. I think I did voices too. Hold on, let me see.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I definitely am gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, there's part 1, 2, 3, and 4. I split it up into 4 videos. This was back in 2019 when I did those.
Doesn't matter. I'm so gonna watch them. I'm gonna queue them up. Sounds amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's always interesting to see what something that you liked as a 16-year-old, and that potentially might have influenced you in some way, how you see it from like adult perspective. But then again, I think sometimes something that is good for us at 16, we might think it's not good when we're an adult, but it still was good for you at the time, and you needed to hear it. So we're sometimes too critical as adults anyways.
There's like what's available for like YA is so much more vast now than when I was a teenager. Like, I don't know, there just really wasn't that kind of, it kind of went like middle grade, like more kid kind of books, a little bit, like you might get a tiny little bit of YA type stuff, and then it's adult. And so I think the only YA book that really comes to mind for me from around that time was The Great Mom Swap. I still have that book. I love that book. It's about 2 girls like trading families for a little while, and one lives with the other, and it was cute. And seeing how, yeah, it's like super cute, very it would probably not hold up to YA standards today. It's like the Sweet Valley High type books, like the little scholastic books and stuff.
It has its place, and honestly, if it gets kids reading, that's all they have their right, you know. Oh, no, it's not crash landing on you. It's I think I've it sounds familiar, but I don't know which one it is.
Her diary vlog is over an hour. Should she leave it as it is or split it into several parts?
Good question. Honestly, if you split it into 2 parts, it's going to be around 30 minutes long, which I find is usually the limit for what people click on, mostly that I see. But on the other hand, if people are watching your 30-minute vlogs, they most likely will watch it if it's an hour or two. Once you have a group of people watching, I don't think they're going to make a difference between part 1 and 2, or if it's one vlog.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I guess it depends too on how much over an hour it is. Like if it's an hour and 45 minutes, yeah, split it into 2.
Yeah.
But if it's like an hour and 3 minutes, it's probably fine. I mean, I definitely put videos up that are over an hour long. I tried, and it, like, granted, they were like 3 hours of footage of me condensing it down to an hour.
The question is, can you edit it more down? One thing that I have not done in like most of my vlogs up until now, and which I have only recently done, is stop talking into the camera much. And well, when I talk into the camera, I say stuff about a book that I still want to have on the vlog. But whenever I filmed myself going shopping, going for a hike, I would overlay this. And that would sometimes reduce the video by half.
I like longer videos because I knit/stitch while I'm watching, so I can get some good progress in.
Oh.
No, she hasn't done any editing. Once you edit, yeah.
Yeah, you might get it down to 30 minutes.
All right, shall we do a 20-minute split?
How long do you have in your book left?
An hour and 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. We're not going to do an hour and 12 minutes sprint.
No. All right, 20 minutes then.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get this started and read.
Happy reading.
And that is time. I did not get nearly as much read. I think I only read 18 pages that time. Still not bad, I guess.
No, it's progress. That's
I had
fine.
distractions. For one, the
Which
chat.
is fine. Yeah.
Clint has joined us, and he is currently reading A Shadow and Bone.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Hope you like it.
And did you get through your chapters that were being read to you?
I did. It's such a beautiful experience. I do have to say I'm still a little bit confused about what's happening. It's for a YA, it's extremely slow, and the mysterious parts are popping in very like thriller-esque kind of style, and it's ending on a like a chapter cliffhanger. And now I have to wait until tomorrow.
So now that you've done with that, what are you going to read next?
So I could dive into like the Saturday portion of this, which I might do first, but the next two books that are on my schedule is this is a traveling book as well. And I don't think I need to say much about it. 6 people already read this.
That was a 5-star book for me.
This one is actually the German cover for Station 11. I don't know if you know the cover for Station 11, but when I saw that this is the German cover, I was like, okay, I think I need to read this in German just because I think the cover is so beautiful. So yeah, I got it. I'll get the inside. I got it in the library just today. So yeah, looking forward to both of them.
Erica says she has 15 pages left, so you're going to finish Death Prefers Blind.
Yes.
This next reading sprint. And Sailor Moon finished a book.
Good.
Didn't realize it had a page and a half left. Oh, well, I hope you enjoyed your book. Are you going to pick another book to read? If so, what? Also, what were you reading? How did you like it? Clint says 7 Husbands.
Yeah, well, I hope to read both of them this weekend. So, but this first.
Erica also says 7 Husbands.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I want to get into it tonight. I mean, I've been switching between 3 books already tonight.
Yeah.
Within like 4.5 hours. So I don't know if I completely want to get into a new one or just continue my Saturday portion in the Words of Radiance so that I can, after I have slept, just read it in one sitting.
I would say go with the Saturday days of Words of Radiance, just because you've already been reading a chunk of that in this. So Sailor Moon says she finished The Bookshop on the Corner by Jenny Colgan. Do I have that book?
It sounds familiar, but I have although it could sound familiar because there could be very similar titles out there.
Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of the bookshop of this and that kind of thing. Clint agrees that's a good idea. Did you like The Bookshop on the Corner? And what are you reading next? So is that what you're going to do, Cece? You're going to go with the Brandon Sanderson?
Yeah, I'm so super excited for The 7 Husbands because everybody is hyping it up. So I'm also a little bit intimidated that it actually lives up to the hype, but I'm sure it will. But yeah, going into it tonight, I don't think it's I might not go to sleep if I go into it,
Yeah. With so the 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, the 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. I had that book before anybody started talking about it on BookTube. Okay. And so I don't know if you ever saw this box. They don't even do the box anymore, but there was a box called Pop Sugar, and I loved that box. And it actually came in a Pop Sugar box, and it wasn't a bookish box. Normally, this was just a one-time thing that a book came in it, and I was like, "Oh, cool, a book in it." And then I read it, and I was like, read the description. I was like, "Okay, whatever." And it sat on my shelf for a long time, and then people started talking about it on BookTube, and it just blew up, and people kept talking about it and kept talking about it, and I was like, well, dang it, it doesn't sound like something I'd like, but I've got it, I might as well read it. And I feel like it was great.
Description that should entice you to pick it up sounds super boring.
Yeah, it really just, I don't know. It didn't interest me reading the synopsis at all, but I very much enjoyed it. Also, there's a lot of queer rep in there. Let's see, we got ketchup on here. I didn't love it as much as everyone else, but I still enjoyed it.
That's fine.
7 Husbands broke my heart in the best possible way.
I am ready for getting my heart broken by a book. Yes.
Aren't we all? I quickly opened up Dungeons and Dragons and Philosophy, read and gain advantage on all wisdom checks by Christopher Robichaud on my Kindle.
That is an interestingly long and specific title.
I know, right? That is a very long title.
It tells me the synopsis of what this book is about, so that's good.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 word title.
Well, you know what? This is probably a really good book for one of those reading prompts with find a title that has these letters in it.
Like 7 or more words in the title, or like, oh, you need a book that has a V in the title. There you go. The bookshop on the corner was okay, kind of a drag, nothing dynamic happened. It felt like the romance / steamy bits in the second half were just trying to fill a book quota. Oh.
Yeah. Is that the book that was turned into was it a Netflix movie? But there was a movie about like romancy bookshop, whatever. And I feel like it sounds like this. I don't know.
I had to Google the title of the book because I couldn't remember it off of Goodreads. I mean, it's a heck of a title.
Yeah.
Taylor Jenkins Reid has a way of making her characters real, and you just feel for them. She's one of my favorite authors. I've read 5 things by her so far and 5-starred them all.
Oh, that's good. What else have you read?
I have a couple other Taylor Jenkins Reid's books as well. And one of them, it was like the one that came after The 7 Husbands. And it was, again, like everybody was talking about it, and it was Daisy Jones and the Six. And everybody was raving about it. And again, I read the synopsis and I'm like, this doesn't sound like something that would interest me, but everybody was loving it and gave it 5 stars. And so I have eventually bitten the bullet and bought it because I'm like, you know what? I love the other one and I didn't think I was going to be interested. So we'll see.
I think the only thing that I read by Taylor Jenkins Reid was Forever Interrupted, and I gave that 3 stars. But I cannot remember why. I would have to go back and see the vlog, what my thoughts were. I know that there was something that might have been too mundane or something annoyed me about it. I remember the feeling of closing it and why I gave it 3 stars, but I couldn't tell you why it was.
Yeah, that title. I agree with Clint. That's why I love Daisy Jones so much. It's not my fave of Taylor's. One More Time is my fave. I think One More Time is the other one I have of hers. Taylor Jenkins Reid is Queen.
I feel like I've read something else, but I cannot remember what.
I've only read those 2, but I got an arc of Malibu Rising, so I'm going to read that soon. I haven't heard of that one. I saw somewhere that a character from Evelyn Hugo is in Malibu Rising, so I'm very curious to see how they're connected. Interesting. Daisy Jones is a phenomenal audiobook. Yeah, I've heard that. Isn't there like music that goes along with it or something? Because it's following like Daisy Jones and the Six is kind of like Fleetwood Mac type thing. One True Loves Daisy Jones, which is amazing. Maybe in Another Life, which is the one I meant was my fave, and another one I can't remember the title. I've only read Seven Husbands and Daisy Jones.
Well, I have to get
Apparently
to
she's a big hit. All right, Erica, are you ready to finish Death Prefers Blondes?
Hey, we're gonna finish now.
All right, we're gonna do another 20-minute reading sprint, and I expect Erica to finish. All right, let me get this turned on. Reset the time and read. And that's time. Okay, Erica, did you finish Death Prefers Blondes? And what do you rate it? I want to know. I can guess just because I know how awesome it is, but I want to know. So how did you do on your reading, Cece? Did you finish
22 pages. I have like another 40 pages for today to go. But funny enough, so that's the benefit of reading a traveling book. On page 310, when I was at the bottom, there was this little note saying, "Yay, only 1,000 more pages." And then another person was like, "Yeah, we're almost done." Midway.
That is so great. I love that. And poor Erica didn't finish.
Oh no!
3
Oh,
pages left. Okay, next sprint. You got this. Or, just mute the screen and finish the 3 pages and then come back and join us. That's fine.
3 pages. It's 3 pages. I mean, oh.
To be that close to the end and stop, I couldn't do it. I don't think I could.
Yeah, no, that shows some dedication to just, okay, Mel says we're done.
Love you, but finish your book. It's fine.
Yeah.
See, I got, let's see, 28 pages. No, 29 pages.
Well, that's good.
She said, "This is ridiculous." She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Dang it, I'm so close." Just keep reading. Just keep reading. It's like Dory, just keep swimming. Just keep reading. You got this. And I have about 40 minutes left on my audiobook. So 2 more 20-minute sprints and I'll have this baby done.
Yeah, I mean we can do 2 more sprints and you're done and then call it a day. I think that's actually a good goal. I think by that time we will have been on for 6 hours.
Yeah.
It's so crazy how time flies with reading sprints.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I want to say the last time I did the live reading sprints, it was either 4.5 hours or 6.5 hours. I want to say it was 6.5 hours. And I think I started at like 6 or 6.5 hours. I started at around 6 or 6:30 and didn't end until like 12:30. I was so tired. I was like, I'm going to bed now. I can't read anymore.
Well, with the breaks in between, I feel like it's absolutely doable. I don't think that I could read for 6 hours straight without a break.
Yeah, I know. I could listen to 6 hours while doing other stuff. But I have to do it like if I'm doing other stuff, I'll listen to it, but I have to listen to it at a much slower speed than if I'm reading along because it takes a little of my focus away from the book when I'm doing other things. So it requires a slower pace in order to process it all. 6 hours, that's impressive. I need to make a point to join this more. Well, I will be doing it on the 15th every month. That is my plan. And Cece will be doing it on the last day of the month on her channel each month. So you can join us. And, I was thinking about this earlier. And so last year, or for 2020, I wanted to, spend like a month and a half traveling around Europe and stuff. And that didn't happen because COVID. And I'm hoping that this year there is that opportunity to travel. And wouldn't it be crazy if because 1 month, my plan was to be for like a whole month and a half. So if like the 15th of June, I just happened to be somewhere where you just happen to be, we could actually have our live show in person.
That would be awesome.
That would be very cool.
Honestly, if traveling is back up again, my plan is to come to the US. So
well, let's just hope that you're not here when I'm there.
Well,
that would suck.
That would be ridiculous, but I'm not sure how. I mean, if you're doing like 6 weeks or like a longer stay in Europe, I think that we have some flexibility to find that time that we can make it work somehow. Because my travel will most likely all revolve around work. So the destination and when I'm traveling will be for work, but it's usually not longer than a week in this team. So I like to maybe put some days in front or at the back to stay and explore on my time. But if you're here for 6 weeks, we should be able to make it work somehow.
You're like around your thing here in the US, that's around Washington State, right?
Well, the plan this year
Oregon?
was to mostly go to Seattle, and we had scheduled one trip to Washington. I have no idea if that's going to go back up because obviously, what we did before the pandemic was very different to what we do now, and a lot of we did a few on-site trainings with people. So we had people coming from all over the area, and we did some trainings. And we don't do these trainings anymore. So no idea what the schedule is going to look like. No idea what we're still going to be traveling for. So yeah, no idea.
Yeah, it's a whole new world.
I just miss mostly seeing my team, seeing the people that I work with in person. I haven't seen them in almost a year. Some I haven't seen in over a year, and that just feels wrong.
I currently miss leaving the house. We've been in quarantine here at my house because
Dear.
Marty and Xander both have COVID currently. Yeah.
But you're good.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm okay. But apparently dang it, I was supposed to call the doctor's office and schedule me to go get retested today or tomorrow. But I forgot. So I'll have to wait until Monday to call them. But until I get tested and get a negative, because their quarantine's ending, I have to stay in quarantine until I get a negative test after this point. So I could have been able to possibly go out this weekend and be out in the world again, but I forgot.
But they're both doing okay as well. So they have COVID, but they are doing okay.
Yeah. Marty's just a sleepyhead. Like he they both have felt icky with the headaches and stuffiness and fatigue. Marty lost his sense of smell, but it's come back a little bit where he can smell strong smelling things. Xander lost his sense of smell and his sense of taste. He said everything tasted like silly putty. But he's gotten his taste back, but he still can't smell anything. But they're not like,
that's good.
It hasn't knocked them out, kind of like they're not in terrible condition. Marty's just napping more than usual. Well, earlier when I don't know if anybody could see me talking, Marty was standing here talking to me and he was like, I'm gonna go take a nap. I was like, I'll be up a while. So
that's good. Sleep it off.
Yeah. Thank you for being diligent in quarantining. I hope you and your family recover quickly. Thank you. Erica finished your book. Yay! Yay! So tell us what you thought, Erica.
Yeah.
5 stars all the way. I know it. That book is awesome.
I so want to pick it up now. I mean,
no, that is definitely not like with the 7 Husbands. That's one that you probably could pick up and put down and not be like sucked into having to finish it all at once. But with Death Prefers Blondes, that's one of those that you have a hard time putting it down. It's not before you go to bed.
Well, I couldn't anyways. Like I want to, but because it's not on my TBR this month, I can't. Like there's an emotional barrier that prevents me from doing it. It's like, honestly, I stick to my TBR so religiously, it's ridiculous. But I need this structure, I need this security so I don't get
Mhm.
picking anxiety. So I just want to pick it up, but I have that feeling with all my books. So
Well, you
um,
should definitely make that a February one for sure.
I will. So Erica, what is next for you?
She said she had a hard time putting it down. This is my favorite book of all time. Ah, that makes me so happy. I love like introducing people to this book, and I think this is one of Clint's favorite books too, and I introduced him to it. It's
Hmm.
awesome.
So I might have to schedule to read it on the 15th of February.
Oh yeah, yeah. When we do our like our next live thing, oh yeah, that'd be great to see your reactions. Oh goodness, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'll totally do that. I'll write it on a big post-it and put it on my laptop.
She's going to start reading a saga next.
Oh, yeah, I wanna hear about your thoughts on this. I've seen some people really love it. And I'm wondering if I want to go get into it, but then it's like graphic novels, you read them so quickly and they're so freaking expensive. I feel like
Mhm.
this is a money drain.
Yeah. I try to go like with graphic novels. I typically will get used or discount like cheaper places to buy books, and not I don't want to pay full price for them because yeah, they're like $20 and they're just like so short.
Yeah.
It's one thing to pay $20 for a full length, a regular size novel, but $20 for a comic hurts.
Well, the thing is, I'm a little bit torn because I feel like the artist and the author, they deserve the money because obviously the art took them probably a similar amount of time as others would read a lot of pages, write a lot of pages. So I feel like the money is worth it for what was put into it, but the
Mhm.
money is not worth it for what I get out of it.
Yeah. So I'm like that with I just want to. No, it's different if it's like a okay, it's $6 to $10. I can kind of see that, and I have done that, but typically, yeah, I'll go for like third party sellers or whatever, so I can try to get it cheaper. She says she's got the compendium of the first 9 volumes, and she is 219 pages in. All right, so I have 40 minutes left in my book.
And I have
Let's
40 pages
do
for today's bit, so that's perfect.
let's do another 20-minute sprint
Yeah.
and read. And that is time. I have like 21 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. So our last sprint will be exactly 21 minutes.
Oh yeah, I would have. I think I would have gotten it like where it was right at 20, but I had to like stop for a second because I was annotating something. Like there was a quote in here, and it said, "The darkest minds tend to hide behind the most unlikely faces." I like that quote. I thought it was.
Yeah, I like that too.
I managed to get. Let's see. 31. No, 21 pages. Not 31. 21 pages done.
Good.
I've just got this much left. And this much is like extra stuff. It's like a bonus short story, and which I'm gonna have to read too, but okay.
But
44 pages read.
Oh wow!
Yeah, she's reading.
Yeah, but yeah, it's. I was still in the. I'm like, okay.
Death of First Blonde. Yeah, I was like, dang, that's a lot of pages. But yeah, it's a graphic novel. That makes more sense.
I did 26, which is really, really good for.
Yeah, that is really, really good.
I think there's just a few where the chapters stopped at the top, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was one with a picture, so that helped.
So are you enjoying your book?
I am. I mean, I do love Brandon Sanderson. I love his writing. I love his characters. I love his world building. So far, everything that I've read from Sanderson was 4 or 5 star, and I love that he has a really good way of making not only magic but making the world have rules, and like, you know, not only physics but in a way of, I feel like he never can write himself into a corner that he can just write himself out with like, oh, magic, or ooh, because physics of this world. Even in Skyward, which is not a magical story, it's a sci-fi story. But so what you look at there is how gravitation works, and how when a ship accelerates, the g-forces and everything. And this is kind of the hard magic system in the sci-fi world, and he does that masterfully. And yeah, the world building is just amazing, and the Stormlight Archive is just so rich with different cultures and backgrounds, and yeah, so I'm really enjoying this. You really need to get to to them.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. The bigger books like that, they tend to be intimidating, like I said before, but and I've had hit and I've had miss when it comes to reading those. So I'm like, it's always hard because you're like, well, you want to, you know, enjoy, and you feel like you need to read far enough in to make sure you're, you know, but at that point it's like, did I really waste so much time?
Yeah.
And I kind of especially when so many people love, you know, that's another thing, when there's such a huge following. So like Game of Thrones or any of the Brandon Sanderson books or the Outlander series. I've loved the Outlander series. I'm not a fan of the Game of Thrones series. And
I mean, just because there's a big following doesn't mean that you need to love it. What I'm personally struggling most with is the Shadowhunters series, because there's such a huge following, especially on BookTube. People are loving it so much. And yeah, I have given it a try for much longer than I would if people weren't loving it as much. I have read 5 books in the Mortal Instrument series, and I felt like they were getting more and more ridiculous. I don't know if I'm maybe too old for it, if I would have enjoyed them at the same time when I was watching Buffy, because I feel like some of it gives me a very similar, like, urban fantasy feel.
Hmm.
Um, but the romance in them is just so ridiculous. I don't know.
Have you tried the Infernal Devices?
Yes, I have. I really enjoyed the first one, and then it just went downhill for me because, again, some of the relationships just became so ridiculous. Um, but I do actually have the Dark Artifices series here, but I'm like, should I act like, I don't know, should I or
I'm a huge Shadowhunter fan, and pretty much from what you've said that of what you've read, if at this point, because you've read 5 of them and you've read
I
the first one in the Infernal Devices, at this point I'd say just don't,
it might not
because
be,
they're
yeah.
not they're
But then,
obviously not for you.
then
If you're that
everybody's
far in and you're not enjoying them, then
but everybody then says the writing gets so much stronger, and I think that I'm not somebody who can latch on romance easily. So I think that a lot of these are driven by people enjoying the supernatural, fantastic romances, the different types of characters coming together. Um, and somebody pitched me the 6 book with, something that the 6 Mortal Instruments books with something that we waited for to happen is finally happening. I'm like, is that actually making it better or worse? So I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, most people I think that have read the like the Shadowhunter books would say the Infernal Devices are their favorite, and if you couldn't get into that,
Hmm.
you're not gonna
Yeah,
enjoy
but
them.
then again, I'm not a fan of the 1800s, early 1900s Great Britain setting. Um, 95% of books in that setting are not for me. There's just something about the behavior of characters in that time era in this region that feels so over the top, Jane Austen posh to me. And then add romance to it. No, I can't.
Oh, see, I'm not one for historical romance type stuff like that, but I love the Infernal Devices. So,
And I get that. I mean, see, on the other hand, I am totally into historical fiction that plays in the US in the 1800s. Anything Civil War, anything, especially Gold Rush, Oregon Trail, all these kinds of stories. Although not something that is just romance, but something that feels like a bit of the history comes to life.
mm,
So I'm a big sucker for that era. So I don't know.
yeah. See, for me, no, I have no interest in those. So, like,
I actually
to me,
started.
I don't like
I
those.
didn't know I had that either, but then I read a book about a woman in the Civil War who wanted to fight for the country and for what she thought was right, and um, then had to disguise herself as a man and then actually went in as a soldier. And that opened up this whole bit of history about how many women actually fought in the Civil War as posing as men. And the book was one of my favorites. Um, it also got paired with, like, the historical bits were read by a soldier in present time who just came from a tour in Iraq with PTSD. So it was so good on so many levels, and that turned me on to the historical fiction.
Uh, Erica is leaving us now. She's finished her book. She's done with us.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you for joining us for so long. I mean,
Yes. Yeah, she's been here the whole time. So.
that was commitment. Yeah. So thank
And
you.
she says she's going to
Oh,
join us for the next one over on your
yeah,
channel. So,
looking forward to that.
all right, are we ready? I've set the timer for 22 minutes. So we'll
Mhm.
do a 22-minute sprint because that gives me, if I have to stop and write anything, it gives me an extra minute.
Perfect. Let's
And this will be our final sprint.
Mhm.
All right. So let me get this timer up and start reading.
You're feeling it all.
I was crying. I finished it and there was still a minute left, and I'm like,
Well, maybe it was good to have a minute.
yeah, collect myself. Though it always makes me sniffle.
Well, that's good. I mean,
That is time.
makes me
All
more
right.
excited into it too. I love that you finished it and it finished on such an emotional note.
Oh, it hurt. And it's not like, it's not happy tears. So much sad. Now I have to like read the next one. So hopefully, I hope there's a happy part later at some point that fixes what happened at the it's funny, like remember how I was talking about the movie, how it compares, and it's like this much of the book, the movie just right on it, and this much of the book is different.
Probably, I mean, the way you're reacting right now, it sounds like the movie needed a better closure.
No.
No?
It actually I should say this and this were the same in the movie, and then there's like this chunk right before the end that they changed up in the movie, but the last little part of the movie I do remember was the same and makes you want to cry too.
Well, we can discuss that in the live reading sprints on my channel, because by then I will have read the book too. So.
Oh yeah, because this is on your TBR for this month.
It is.
Okay.
Actually, it's scheduled for Sunday. I don't know. Yeah, because I schedule out my whole month and it's crazy. And it is scheduled for Sunday if I get through these two on time.
Have you seen the movie?
I have, yes, by accident. I didn't want to. I usually don't like to see the movie before I read the book. But I zapped in, it was on TV, and I was like, ooh, dystopian, yes. And then I realized like halfway in, oh no, I don't want to read this.
In the movie, there's this part when everything goes crazy at the camp.
Yeah.
From that point until right before the end, when they're at that location with the league, from those 2 points, it's different than in the book. So everything else is pretty much the same, but yeah.
Okay.
From the time things go crazy at the camp to the time they end up at the league, that changes.
Does it make sense to you that it was changed or taken out for the movie?
For time purposes, yes. I can see it.
Given it another layer that is not needed to comprehend the story.
I don't know. Okay. I like it better how it did it in here.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's mostly with books, because books, you have more, you can just put more into it, like a 1.5 hour or 2 hour movie compared to 8 hours or 12 hours of reading. Obviously, you have more in the book.
What they did with that, like when things go crazy at the camp, they combined they took what actually happened at the camp and combined it with another scene, and so another scene from a different location. They combine what happened together in one to kind of, I guess, make the story shorter. Yeah. It works.
It's not only I mean, a lot of these decisions, what I've seen from like the Wheel of Time stuff that they have talked about, where they make changes, and something that I just wasn't aware of, but that's so logical, is that oftentimes they might make changes that aren't by the book, but they're needed to create the character so that we get the same character feeling without listening to the thoughts of the character. So in the book, we're reading from the perspective and we can understand their motivation without the character doing some things because we know their thoughts. So if you want to portray the same character in a movie and you want to be able that the audience connects to the character the same way, you might have to make your character do things that aren't done in the book to get it to the same point. And I mean, it makes total sense that you have to make some things up.
Yeah. It was because of timing, I understand why they did the way they did, though it took some of the emotion out, which the book had.
Maybe that was one of the things that they wanted to achieve as well, to not end on such an emotional note.
Yeah. I'm excited to read the next one. So, which I'll be starting tonight when because as soon as I finish this live show, I'm gonna start working on my cabinets.
So this was a reread, but the next one is not.
Correct.
Okay.
So cool. Never Fade, I haven't read yet, so I'm excited to see where the story goes. This is 5 stars. I really enjoyed it.
And you're diving right into the next one. No.
Oh, this is also part of my Cards Against My TBR game that I play. Mm-hmm. This was tonight on Snick. Are you afraid of the Darkest Minds?
Yeah. I love that idea, by the way. I love your game.
My Cards Against TBR.
Yeah. I don't think that I could do it this way. I don't think I could pick my TBR this way. But it totally makes sense for you, and I love watching it. I just have a different way of picking my TBR.
Oh yeah.
So the way that I pick my TBR is completely not interesting. I don't know if you've seen the latest stuff that I uploaded with my TBR that I have now changed to not mentioning what my TBR is, but making it a game to predict the rating by just reading the first sentence of the books of my.
I did see that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So far, that's a lot of fun.
So how do you decide your TBR for the month?
So I have first I have group reads and book clubs that I follow, and that's usually a couple of books. But I don't religiously follow them. Sometimes they read books that don't interest me, so I then don't read them. Mm-hmm. But I first look at them. Then I look at what do I have planned for buddy reads. What's the Once Upon a Book Club book that's always on there? Which traveling books do I have here? Because they need to be read because they need to move on. And then I have a section where for the past 2 years I had different prompts, similar to like a readathon, where I would follow these prompts every month. And those were things like pick one of the 10 oldest from your wish list. So on Goodreads, I have my wish list, which is books that I want to read that I don't own yet. And my want to read are books that I want to read that I already own. Mm-hmm. So I would have prompts like pick one of the 10 oldest from your wish list, or delete 10 of your wish list, and then read one of the most read from your TBR, read one of the least favorite, like the least rated from your TBR, just to get a good mixture of books. And I for this year I changed it up a little bit because I just I felt like I was always getting to the same type of book, and I never gotten to the other same type of books, so it kind of felt ridiculous to do it this way. If I then only get to half of it, and I always ever get to the same half. And I got into the pick a winner for me on Goodreads, where there's a few groups where you can just say, okay, here's my shelf, pick 3 books for me that are supposedly a winner. And then I ended up going through my prompts and making a shelf out of these prompts. So I have a shelf with the 10 oldest from my wish list, the top rated, etc. And I just give somebody else this and say, pick 3 for me. And that's pretty much it.
You could just like put them all into like a little TBR jar and just pull random ones.
Yeah, but I do, what I enjoy about Pick a Winner for me is that they give me a reason why they think that I will like it. And I love that. Oh, and automatically everything that I had on my TBR, so it's kind of a have I read it? With the difference, if I had it on my TBR last year, January, and I still haven't read it, I automatically have to read it. So Darkest Minds just came on my January TBR because it was on the January 20.
Okay. I get that. Yeah, it's on. Apparently, I bought the first 4 books 3 years ago. And I read this one 3 years ago and haven't read the rest. So that's why it came up on my have I read it from 3 years ago.
I mean, honestly, I don't want to know when I bought a book sometimes, but I actually do want to know, but then I don't want to know. But I have my tracker for this year. I have been so bad with my trackers for the past couple of years. The past 2 years were horrible, but I really want to go into tracking the details about my reading again. And what I'm doing is looking at how long has it been on the shelf on average before I read it. And so far in 2021, the books that I've read on average have been like on my physical shelf for 350 days before I read them.
Yeah. There's some books that have been on my shelf for 3+ years before I read them. And then there are others that I read them immediately after I get them. And it just kind of depends. But it also helps too because I have like all these different little TBR games. So I have my have I read it, and that picks part of my TBR, and then I have my cards against my TBR, and I can use my have I read it books as prompt, to fill in the blanks and stuff for those prompts, but maybe not for all of them. And then I also have my wheel, and I get other things there, and I can try to fit some of these in there, but I might not. And I was like, this year I'm going to do it a little bit, I'm going to do 8, 8, and 8. And I'm like, that'll be good because I can read at least 24 books in a month because I've been doing that. And, it's like, it may not even be, if I can combine things and it won't be 24. And so I'm good. And I ended up with like 18 or 19 books. And then I remembered other things that I had to read, and it's gotten up to like 21, 22. And I'm like, I was supposed to be taking it a little easier. And it didn't.
As long as it's still fun. I mean, when it gets to the point where I don't feel like reading anymore, I really I'm too old to pressure myself into something. So if I ever get to the point where I'm like, okay, I don't feel like reading, I feel like watching Netflix, then that's what I'm going to do, no matter what the TBR says.
Well, I also have like these rules for myself, like, if I don't read something that's from my have I read it, then I have to unhaul it. And I'm like, well, I want to see if I at least like it before it, gets unhauled. I'm okay with unhauling things that I've like tried and didn't like, but I don't know. I'm just like, so there's that. And then like with my wheel, I guess my punishment with my wheel is that I have to put it on the next month. And so that can just pile up, and it'd be like, oh, I didn't finish these 3 books. Add that 3 more books that I have to read the next month, which just makes it even harder the next month. But
it's still fun, isn't it? You still enjoy it.
Oh yeah, it's still fun. I like having that, and it's a lot of fun to play it, and it's fun to push myself. Though I'm thinking for February, I'm going to change things up again after seeing how January went. I'm thinking February I'm going to do 6, 6, and 6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You
wow.
really-
I hope nobody freaks out about that. I just realized 6, 6, and 6.
Oh my God.
Hopefully nobody freaks out about that. But yeah, I'm going to do 6 prompts for each. I'll just say it that way. Not but then I'm also going to do like with my Cards Against My TBR, if I for my rule or my punishment or whatever, if I don't complete those books in the month, then not only do I have to read it the next month, like whatever I don't read, but for that following month, I can't use any of my have I read it as prompt, like to fill in the prompts. So
Okay.
it'll give me even more books I have to read. Like,
Well, I mean, honestly, you choose the punishment, right? So, and obviously you own the game. So whenever you need to make a change to make it work for you, you can do it. So, if you ever get to the point where you feel like you have to read and reading isn't fun anymore, you're able to change it in a way that it becomes fun again. Because ultimately that's what it still needs to be, right? I mean, I love.
That's why you hear so many people going, "My game, my rules."
Yeah, and it's important to remember that because and I see so many people who read a smaller amount of books being like, oh yeah, I only read so little and I feel so bad about it. And then it's people who read a lot more saying, oh, it's not the number that counts as long as you have fun. But it's very, very seldomly the other way that people who only like read 2 books a month say, oh, it doesn't matter about the numbers. So I think it's probably in all of us is a little bit of I want to read more because there's so many books that I want to get to, right? And as long as it's fun, that's
I'm like,
kind of
dang it, they gotta stop making as many awesome.
yeah.
I'm just like, I want to read all these books, and I try to do it like where I want to read more than I buy in a month, so that maybe eventually I'll get caught. But I'm not very good at that because I buy a lot of books. Like, I mean, I had a box of books, 2 boxes of books delivered during this live show.
No.
And already this week I've unboxed 16 books in my vlog. So yeah.
No, we have.
I haven't read 16 books this month, I can tell you that. I've read 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 9 books.
That's already really good. I mean, we're halfway through the month and you've already read 9. That's really good. I mean,
oh wait, no, 10, because the other one's sitting over there.
Just makes it better. So
yeah, 10 books.
I mean, that's fine. And honestly, I don't know if you actually buy as many books every single month.
Well, it's also when I have massive bookish unboxing.
I mean,
like, I got a stack of books from from 14 boxes yesterday.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because they didn't all come in one month.
Oh no, but I will count it in this month's haul because I just unboxed them. Except the Once Upon a Book Club ones, I don't count those pretty much at all until I vlog opening everything and opening the gifts.
So what are the Once Upon a Book Club ones that you haven't read yet that are in those boxes?
I have so many. Like I have so many. I have one on my TBR this month, and it's 15 Minutes of Flame, and it's one of the little Halloween ones.
Oh yeah, I didn't get the whole Halloween one.
It's I think it's one of the Halloween ones from this year. But I have I've got the middle grade box. I have so many special edition boxes. I've got, let's see, I unboxed 6 Once Upon a Book Clubs yesterday. And then I have, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 19, 20, 20. I got 21 on
Yeah,
top of my bookshelves.
At this point, I feel like Once Upon a Book Club should sponsor our live shows.
Yeah.
I mean, look what I just set up. You see this while we were.
Oh, yeah.
And if you just look back there, my shelf.
Boxes. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn my. Okay. Because I'm on my. Here, hold on.
Yeah.
And then
the only box I keep.
I haven't cleaned it up since last night. This is my unboxing mess. I even got my camera still sitting there. This is what happened.
Yeah, I know what that looks like. Luckily, that stopped looking like this at my place. I think I have 2 subscriptions still live, aside from the Once Upon a Book Club, but I am canceling them. So it'll stop looking like this in my house.
You like what I did with my little opening there?
Oh, that's so cute. I love it.
There we go.
I love it.
I have my little paint by number hanging on my wheel currently because I don't know where I'm going to hang it. Hello, Brit Book Nook or Brit's Book Nook. Welcome to our live show that has gone up for like 6.5 hours. We're about to call it a night. Where are you from? Is it 2:00 in the morning like it is at Cece's house?
It's actually 3:30 here. So
3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Aren't you tired?
I'm getting slowly to the point. I mean, it's now coming up to my bedtime. I still need to do. I remembered I need to do one edit in my in the video that I wanted to upload actually last night. But then this happened.
Yeah, this was a very last minute kind of decision for us to do this. So, but I'm glad that we did. It was fine.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I've enjoyed myself so much, and I've enjoyed doing something with you finally.
Yeah.
So no, I'm loving this. It was so worth it, and I made so much progress in my books, which is also so worth it. Yeah, but I wanted to do one edit in my, it's the second part of my December wrap up, which is already one of the first sentence ones. That needs to go up, and then I need to film my thoughts on foundation, and then I go to bed.
Yeah, I'm glad that you wrote me today and we decided to do this because I think it's going to be perfect doing like the 15th of every month. And it just, when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, hey, it's the 15th now. I don't have anything planned. Let's do this.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. I love it.
And now I'm going to go through my calendar because I have like all of my videos and stuff all planned out. And I'm going to make sure I don't have anything planned on the 15th ever again.
Yeah, I was just thinking during the last sprint, my mind wandered a little bit, and I was like, oh, that's going to be interesting if we actually start traveling again. And I'm going to be on like business trips. I might not be as flexible time-wise. I mean, I was like, what happens if the 15th is in the middle of the week and I'm in Australia and we have whatever workshops going? It might become a challenge to keep it at the same time.
Well, we can always work around it. And
yeah,
I mean, if there's times when you can't do it or I can't do it, we could always bring on like guests or whatever, or change the time if we need to or something.
We'll find a way.
Yeah, we'll make it work. If you're in Australia, take me with you.
You just come join me. Yeah.
Take me with you. I want to go. So does Xander. Like, he really wants to go to Australia. But Yeah, that'd be
You
fun.
come to Europe first.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hopefully this summer. I have credit that I'm supposed to use because I had already bought my tickets and everything.
Mhm.
So I have credit that I'm supposed to use like this summer, or it's supposed to expire. So I'm guessing I'm going to have to go to Europe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, tough luck.
I have no choice. Well, thank you all that joined us for this. It was a long one. We had a lot of fun. Got a lot of reading done.
Definitely.
And make sure to come and check us out on Cece's channel on the last day of the month. And well, if you guys enjoyed this video, please give us a big thumbs up. If you'd like to see more videos like this, click that subscribe button down below. And until next time, remember to always be completely you. Bye.